and welcome to the live play-by-play reaction stream of the Houston Roughnecks and the Arlington Renegades in the South Divisional matchup, the South Divisional Championship game, and a chance to go to the final in 2 weeks' time to face either the DC Defenders or the Seattle Sea Dragons. Should be in for a great game today. Two teams that have played each other twice already this season, and the Roughnecks have come out victorious on both occasions. We'll see if that happens again today. The Renegades 4-6 on the season, the Roughnecks 7-3. But can the Renegades in a one-game season now pull off the shock and book their place in that championship game? Thank you very much for everyone that's joined us so far. Let us know who you are. Come and say hi in the chat. The more interaction we get, the better. So it's going to be the Roughnecks that are going to be kicking off first, and the Renegades are ready to receive. And we are off. And it takes a bounce, a couple of bounces, stops still. It's returnable from the 16-yard line. Still making a couple of moves. And eventually stopped right at the 25-yard line. And that's where the Renegades and quarterback Luis Perez is going to start off on their first possession. So Luis Perez, obviously coming across from the Las Vegas Vipers this season, starting his fourth game for the Renegades today, and hoping to be the difference in the Renegades being able to knock off the Roughnecks for the first time on the third attempt this season. Thank you very much for joining us, Arthur. Hopefully the Roughnecks can get the job done. Hometown Roughnecks all day. The 2 for 2 so far against the Renegades. Hopefully they can do the same today. So it's a play-action pass on first down. Luis Perez takes off himself and slides after gaining 7 yards on the ground. The Houston Roughnecks, a formidable defense. First in defensive touchdowns. And also right at the top of the category in terms of sacks as well, tackles for loss and interceptions. Should be a tough day for this Renegades team who have struggled for consistency on offense, which I think led to that trade for Luis Perez. They're 2nd and 4, right at their own 31-yard line. It's a handoff this time up the middle. Managed to gain about a yard before being taken down. That's going to bring up 3rd and 3. Important the Renegades get off to a good start in this one on offense. As I said already, a struggle for consistency in moving the ball, scoring enough points in games. They're going to need to score points today. It's another handoff on 3rd down. It is enough for a first down and a bit more as well. Good running. A 7 or 8 yard gain sets up the first down for the Renegades. Exactly what they wanted on first down. On their first drive and first possession in this game. Need to get off to a good start. Yes, McDonald's been playing well. I've stepped in for Brandon Silvers when he's been injured. Hope to be able to do a good job again today. So 1st and 10. It is a handoff again. Good running, a good gap, and it's first down and much more. Nearly a 20-yard run, and the Renegades are into Roughnecks territory already. A great start for the Renegades. Possibly coming with a clear game plan in this one and not letting the Roughnecks tee off on Luis Perez. Trying to run the ball. Control the clock. But it's working well so far. There's 2 first downs on this drive already, and they're already into Roughnecks territory. They're at the 34-yard line. Quick pass on the screen to the receiver. Snuffed out well by the Roughnecks, though. That looks like a 3-yard loss. Having got off to this good start for the Renegades, important that they score points on this first drive. We're 2nd and 13 now, the Renegades. Shotgun formation for Perez. It is another handoff. Decent run, but only gains 4 yards. It's going to be 3rd and long. But they will want to at least attempt a field goal on this drive and get on the board first, the Renegades. Good start to this game. It's important they come away with points. So it's a 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation, trips right for Luis Perez. They have to call a timeout, though. The play clock was right down at 0. Have to burn a timeout early, only 3 and a bit minutes into this game, and already have to waste a timeout. But an all-important 3rd and 7 coming up. If they can convert, they keep the drive alive and opportunities to go down, score a touchdown. They can't afford to lose too many yards here. It's going to make a very long field goal attempt from here. Hi, Adam. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you're well. What we're drinking IPA. We're drinking some Ghost Ship. Adnam's Ghost Ship IPA today. But thank you very much, Adam, for joining us as always. Let us know what you thought of the NFL draft as well. Happy to discuss the draft as it's obviously just finished today. 3rd and 8. Important the Renegades do not lose yards on this play. Snap back to Perez. Looking to pass. Got time to pass. Finds a receiver. And it's enough for a 1st down. It's a 10-yard completion. Keeps the drive going for the Renegades, and they're down to the 22-yard line. Had a receiver coming across on the drag route across the field. Completed pass. Ran down for the 1st down. And the Renegades keep rolling. Spread formation out the shotgun for Perez this time. It's going to be another pass play. A deep shot. It is caught. It could be out of bounds, though. Right down around the 6-yard line he is. Just incomplete, out of bounds. Did well to bring the catch in, but he didn't get 1 foot in, as is required in the XFL, just like college. It's close. It looks like his toes were just out. That sets up a 2nd and 10. 5 minutes into this first quarter. Snap back to Perez. It's a flip pass to a receiver coming across on the sweep. It's a 7-yard gain. Right down to the 14-yard line of the Roughnecks. Great start for the Renegades in this one so far. We've got Stetson and Stafford, both Bulldogs at the Rams. Good news for them. And Adam, you're going with the Renegades today. If they pull off the shock, it'd be fantastic for them going 4-6 on the season, not looking convincing for most of the season, but all or nothing in this game. They've had a great start. It's 3rd and 3 from the 14-yard line of the Roughnecks. Snap back to Luis Perez. Time to throw again. Start scrambling around. Looks towards the end zone. He's got a receiver. It is a touchdown for the Renegades. What a start for the Renegades in this South Divisional matchup. That is a touchdown, and they take the lead. The 14-yard touchdown pass to Payton from Luis Perez, and a great start for the Renegades. I didn't see that one coming. The Houston Roughnecks are formidable defense, but the Renegades have worked the ball down the field, 4 first downs, run the ball well, pass the ball when needed to, and have worked a 14-yard touchdown pass from Perez to Payton. They're going to go for 2 extra points. 4 receivers lined up to the right. Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Snap back to Perez. He's looking to the empty side of the field. I think he got battered at the line. It falls incomplete. But the Renegades couldn't have hoped for a much better start in this game. Lead 6-0. Great play by Perez on the touchdown pass. Moved around in the pocket, found the space, and then found the receiver breaking free in the end zone, Peyton, for that 14-yard touchdown pass. And a good start. I mean, we're hoping for a good game in this one. I mean, I have my own personal fears that the Roughnecks would run away with this one. Obviously, being in the poorer division, that South Division of the Renegades, Brahmas and Guardians, along with the Roughnecks. The Roughnecks have been comfortable winners in that division, shall we say. And it comes back to that sort of debate about which team should go through to the playoffs. We have it in the NFL all the time about teams that win the division, perhaps with a losing record. Well, the Renegades have got through to the playoffs with a 4-6 record, whereas obviously the Battlehawks didn't get through after finishing with a winning record. But that's obviously just how it goes when you have the divisional format. That's just how it goes, I'm afraid. So, but the Renegades got off to a good start. If they can keep this going, we should be in for an entertaining game. So we've got Adam's hoping for Renegades winning this one. And it has been, as he said, a fantastic start in this one. Hopefully we can keep this going. It's going to be a tough game for the Renegades. They've got to keep on mixing in that run and passing game, which they did perfectly on that first drive, and keep that Roughnecks defense on their toes. Very good pass defense and very good at getting after the quarterback. But the Renegades managed to run the ball very well on that first drive. They can continue to do that. They give themselves a great opportunity. So let us know nice and early what your thoughts on today's game are and score prediction. Obviously, we've heard Adam going with hoping the Renegades win. I don't know if Adam believes the Renegades will win, but hoping the Renegades will win. I'll put my prediction into the chat as well. I think the Roughnecks will, on the whole, have too much for the Renegades in this one. I'm going for Roughnecks 27, Renegades 22 scoreline in the end. I think it will be a one possession game in the end. It might end up being that the Renegades try and pull off the fight back towards the end, but I believe they fall just short. In all fairness, the better championship game in 2 weeks' time would probably be the Roughnecks against either the DC Defenders or Sea Dragons. But obviously, the Renegades have got every opportunity in this game to pull off that shock. A great start for them. Just let you know, we will be live streaming tomorrow, of course, with what is a mouth-watering matchup between the DC Defenders and Seattle Sea Dragons tomorrow. Should be a great game. So make sure you join us for that one. So the kickoff from the Arlington Renegades is returned back to the 32-yard line from the Roughnecks, and that's where they'll begin their first drive on offense. And it is Brandon Silvers that's going to start for quarterback for the Roughnecks. So 1st and 10 from their own 32-yard line, the Roughnecks. Brandon Silvers in the shotgun. Trips left formation. Snap back to Silvers. His handoff up the middle. Makes a move. Nice move. Beats a couple of defenders. And then taken down after a 5-yard gain. So Adam's big plan here. The Renegades lose to the Sea Dragons in the end. Obviously, Adam moving across from the Guardians earlier in the season to the Sea Dragons, who are an entertaining team and could possibly have won that division had a few things gone their way earlier in the season as well. Should be a great game, that one, tomorrow. Really looking forward to that one. So 2nd and 5, snap back to Silvers, looking to pass. Time to pass, fires over the middle, tries to anyway. It's battered down at the line. That'll set up a 3rd and 5. So if you are just joining us, welcome to the NFL UK Ops Live play-by-play reaction stream. It's the XFL South Championship game between the Houston Roughnecks and Arlington Renegades. Let us know where you're watching today's game from and your score predictions as well. Who do you want to come out on top, the Roughnecks or the Renegades? Can the Renegades pull off the major shock if they win this one? Snap back to Silvers. It's complete out the backfield. It is a 1st down and much more. Running back out the backfield. Takes it all the way down to the 40-yard line of the Renegades. Got a good block out front. Took the swing pass in and had all the room in the world. It was a defender that fell over. It looked like he collided with his own player that opened up the gap. And a good start for the Roughnecks on offense. Down to the 41-yard line. It's a QB keeper to Silvers. Only gains 1 yard, though. Pretty well snuffed out by the Renegades. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. Let us know your thoughts on today's game. Let us know your thoughts on the NFL draft as well. Want to discuss that in today's game as well. Let us know. Obviously, we've had the end of the NFL draft finished earlier. Let us know how your team did and your thoughts on the upcoming season. So 2nd and 9. Spread formation out the shotgun. Snap back to Silvers. He's looking to pass. Fired out to the right. A great catch. Diving catch, I think. Or did it bounce? It's incomplete. It looked like he brought it in. Fired in from Silvers out to the right sideline. Going up and high. Diving as he hits the ground, though. And his elbows hit the ground. The ball comes out after that. And so it's judged to be incomplete. And that's going to set up a 3rd and 9 now. Spread formation again for the Houston Roughnecks. Down at the 40-yard line, the Renegades. Snap back to Silvers. Looking to pass. He's under pressure. Scrambles up the middle. And gets the toe tap tackle that saved the 1st down. Manages to gain 6 yards. It's going to set up a 4th and 3. And what do the Roughnecks do here? They're keeping their offense high. Looks like they're going to go for it. A great toe tap tackle. Because it would have been a 1st down had he not. So here we go. They're going to go for it on 4th and 3. Empty backfield for Silvers. Snap back to him. Fired quick. And it's behind the receiver. Incomplete. And a great start for the Renegades to go down the field on the first possession, score the touchdown, and then stop the 4th down conversion. It's going to be a turnover on downs. And if you're a Renegades fan, if you're hoping for a shock or even just a good game in this one, it's the perfect start. So Adam's gone for a Roughnecks 28, Renegades 24 in this game for his prediction. I said earlier I went for a Roughnecks 27, Renegades 22 scoreline. Most games, a high percentage of games in the XFL this season have been 1-score games. Obviously, a 1-score game in the XFL is up to a 9-point gap, being able to go for 3 extra points. So I'm expecting that the same again today, as is Adam. Let us know your score predictions in the comments as well. Just hoping, personally, I was hoping for a good, entertaining game for today and tomorrow as well. New to the XFL this season, and I picked the St. Louis Battlehawks as my team, so they just missed out at the hands of the Sea Dragons. Andy over here also went with the Las Vegas Vipers. less said about them, the better. Hi, Eric. Thank you very much for joining us. Let us know what your thoughts are on the Patriots draft. More than happy to discuss that. And in some interesting picks, let's say. They went very heavy on the defense, which was actually the Patriots' strong point last season. They've gone very heavy on defense. Obviously, drafted the kicker in round 4 as well, traded up to draft a kicker in round 4, and also drafted a punter as well. Couple of receivers in there, but no tight end. They seem to be quite content with Hunter Henry and Mike Gesicki, which I do like both of those tight ends. But not too much offense, really. Obviously, some offensive linemen, but focused heavily on the defense. So it'll be interesting to see if that does pay off, or if the Patriots have got some sort of trade or something up their sleeve for another talented wide receiver in the NFL. So Andy's here as well. Thank you very much for joining us, Andy. And the YouTube boys, thank you very much for joining us. Let us know your thoughts on today's game. Yes, as Adam said, they're a good team and great fans. I assume you're talking about the DC Defenders. Well, perhaps. Tomorrow's game with the DC Defenders, that fan base is almost at the height of the St. Louis Battlehawks fan base. It could be them you're talking about. But I'm sure they'll be getting their beer snake on tomorrow, the DC Defenders. So Eric said, just happy to see us draft a few wide receivers. Yeah. I know it was Boutte, I think it was, wasn't he? Who was highly touted, but then had a bad last year in college and with the ankle injury, and then had a terrible combine. But they're hoping that hopefully he will be able to do something. And also, obviously, drafted the defensive back Speed. Hopefully, he lives up to his name. It's first down for the Renegades. It's a handoff and a 1-yard gain. Takes them up to their own 35-yard line. Also got a Titans fan. If you are a Titans fan, let us know what your thoughts are on picking Will Levis. Is he the future Will Levis? Got another Patriots fan in. Thank you very much for joining us. Let us know what your thoughts are on the Patriots draft as well. 2nd and 9, snap back to Perez. It's pass play, starts scrambling around, scrambles out to his right, fires it in. Out of reach of the receiver, I think. Oh, he did pull it in. He pulled it in one-handed right on the sideline. A great catch. Reached out with his left hand. Oh, what a snag. Pulled it in one-handed with the left hand. And that's going to set up 3rd and short. It was Vaughn's reaching out. Got a foot in as well. So 3rd and 2.
ESPN will watch it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a run up the middle, but it's snuffed out. It's a 2-yard loss. And it's going to be a punt now for the Renegades.
Just confirm that with Eric.
What's up?
Eric's asking, they can't find.
I said what channel was that? ESPN. It's ESPN 1. It's on. Or ESPN Plus, of course, if you're that way inclined.
Eric's dodgy telly.
Yeah, so YouTube boy, we're talking about glad Eagles didn't want Derek. We'll talk more about that in a second. The punt is up. It's bounced a lot and then ends up stopping right at the 20-yard line, and that's where the Roughnecks will take over on their second possession in this one. So, yeah, so glad the Eagles didn't want Derek. I mean, the Eagles have obviously traded for DeAndre Swift again today. I mean, the rich just seem to get richer. I mean, the Eagles had a fantastic first round, getting Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Had a hole at running back after losing Miles Sanders in free agency. Didn't know if they were going to be contenders for going for Bijan Robinson, but they've picked up DeAndre Swift after the Lions picked up the Alabama running back as well, Gibbs, as in a surprise move at number 12 in the first round. So 2 running backs went in the first 12 picks as well. Yeah, I mean, fast, that's what we were just talking about with the Pats. I mean, obviously they got Juju Smith-Schuster, but I still think they need somebody else. We don't know what these 2 rookies are like that they've brought in. You know, you've still got Kendrick Bourne there. You know, Tyquan Thornton, is he going to be more of a factor in his second season as well? I think they just need one true number 1 receiver. Could that be Hopkins? I doubt it. Maybe Jerry Jeudy, if they can convince the Broncos to do something. They need somebody that's going to take double coverage. I mean, they've shored up that offensive line. I feel comfortable with that. The defense looks like it's going to be very competitive again for the Patriots. It's going to need to be in that division, but they've got to score points. And I think they just need one more weapon. I mean, the offense should be better anyway with Bill O'Brien calling plays as the offensive coordinator. But I think they need one more true weapon that's going to take double coverage, and that's going to help Mac Jones. It's good to see Bill Belichick actually come out and say and stand up with Mac Jones as the Patriots starter after yesterday. So that's good. We're sticking with Mac Jones. Let's see what he can do this season. So Adam's watching the on the game on Fox as well. And Dodgy Andy in the background. That would be your nickname, Dodgy Andy. So I think Demario Douglas is a steal at wide receiver. He's only in round 6 because of his height. Yeah, I mean, hey, short receivers have worked pretty well for the Patriots. You know, Damian Amendola, Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, you know. Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's, I'm not comparing Demario Douglas or saying Demario Douglas is anything like Tyreek Hill, but I'm just saying the short receivers can succeed in the NFL, that's for sure. So here we go, Roughnecks, first down. Quick pass out to the running back. It falls incomplete, can't bring it in. It's going to set up 2nd and 10 from the 20-yard line. So it's actually McDonald in at quarterback now for the Roughnecks as well. Interesting decision. They gave Silvers the start, but McDonald's coming on the second offensive drive. Shotgun formation, trips left. It's a handoff this time up the middle, though. Good hard running games, 4 yards. Look like it might only be 1. But that's Borgie. Good hard running for him. Yeah, so they've got better speed and they're shiftier. That's what they need. I mean, Mac Jones just needs that dump-off pass. He needs that 3rd down receiver that can get that 5 yards, get open quickly. They just haven't been able to get that separation consistently enough, the Patriots, last season. Hopefully this season they can. So it's 3rd and 6 for the Roughnecks. Snap back to McDonald. He's looking to pass. Fires over the middle. It's complete and dives for the 1st down. Just gets there. And that is the 1st down for the Roughnecks, right at their own 30-yard line. Just under 2 minutes left in this first quarter. Had an entertaining start in this one. The Renegades on their first drive going down the field, scoring the touchdown. Puts a little bit of pressure on the Roughnecks. The crowd is fairly quiet. Snap back to McDonald's. It's a handoff up the middle. And it's a 2-yard gain on 1st down. Well done, Eric. Glad you found it. So 2nd and 8 for the Roughnecks. It's going to be a pass play. Looks for the running back, but it's taken out instantly. A great tackle. And that's going to be a loss on the play and set up 3rd and long. Tried to set up the screen to the running back. Completely snuffed out. The offensive lineman didn't get out there to get the block. Sets up a 3rd and 14 now for the Roughnecks. And things just haven't really gone their way so far. It's a direct snap to the running back. Only gains 4 yards though. It's going to be 4th and 10, and it's likely going to be a punt. And that's how the first quarter is going to end. Eric's in the future again. So that takes into the second quarter. The Renegades, I say, couldn't have hoped for a better start in this game. On the very first possession, 4 first downs, working down the field, good mix of passing and running, ends with a 14-yard touchdown from Perez to Payton. The 2-point conversion unsuccessful, but then have played well on defense so far. Stopped a 4th down conversion on the first drive for the Roughnecks. Have stopped the Roughnecks on their second drive and are about to receive the punt. So we're in for an entertaining game if we can continue this way. So obviously a few Patriots fans in the chat. Let us know what you think about the Patriots drafting, actually trading up to draft the kicker in round 4 and also going for the punter in round 6 as well. They definitely needed a punter. There's no doubt about that. A punter was definitely coming. People were talking about Turk, perhaps. They didn't go for Turk. But they definitely needed a punter. Kicker, I mean, just from what I've read, I've obviously not looked too much into it, but from what I've read about the kicker, very accurate, but not necessarily got the leg, which is pretty much what the Patriots have got already in Nick Folk. I mean, the Patriots, you like to have a kicker that actually blasts the ball into the end zone. I'd rather not see any kick returns anymore after watching that Bills game and watching Nyheim Hines run the ball back for touchdowns twice. But apparently the kicker hasn't got a massive leg on him, but accurate. So we'll see how that one works out. I say the Patriots went heavy on defense early, then tried to shore up the offensive line with a few picks on the offensive line, 2 wide receivers in there as well. We'll see how it all works out. Obviously drafted a couple of tall cornerbacks. The first round was great for the Patriots, being able to trade down, pick up an extra pick, and get Christian Gonzalez at 17. That was a dream for the Patriots, bearing in mind that Gonzalez potentially could have gone in the first 10 picks. So happy with that. But it looked like the Patriots were probably going to go with Brian Branch safety, and the Lions took Brian Branch before the Patriots had their pick. The pick before, I think the Patriots would have gone with Branch after losing, obviously, McCourty to retirement. But the defense looks good. I'm happy with how the Patriots defense looks, but you're going to have to score points in that division. You're playing against top offenses. You're playing against Josh Allen and that offense. You're playing against now Aaron Rodgers and the offense they're putting together, and Tua Tagovailoa and the offense they've got. It's going to be such a competitive AFC East division next season. And that division have got to play the AFC West, the Chiefs division as well. There's going to be some brilliant matches between those. It's going to be a real battle to get out of that division. Could that be the division? We've talked about it this season. Could it be the division that gets 3 or perhaps 4 teams into the playoffs? So we go 4th and 12. It looks like the Roughnecks called a timeout, so we actually are still technically in the first quarter with 1 second left. So we're going to have another game break in a minute, just for the sake of 1 second. And the punt is up. It's returnable at the 20-yard line. Makes a move. Moves out to his left side. Good return. Oh, what a block that was. Oh, he's going to get called on it. Returned it all the way up to the 45-yard line. A great block coming across, and usually in the old style American football rules, might have got away with that block. You're not going to get away with that type of block anymore. Probably going to get called a blindside block, that one. A Roughnecks defender, special teamer, got completely laid out on the sideline. 15-yard penalty, yeah, blindside block. You can't do that these days. Basically, as a blocker, you're allowed to screen a player off, but you can't go in and proper lay them out now on the turn. So we are now going to be going into the second quarter.
Was he? Lee Mangus in the box. Oh my God.
So we go, start the second quarter. It's 1st and 10 for the Renegades from their own 30. And it's a good run. It's an 8-yard run on first down.
Bean, what's his face is going, wait, Mitch is in the box and you didn't say anything.
From the booth review.
Yeah.
You went to the box and didn't say anything.
I said the booth review of your last commentary.
It's 2nd and 1 for the Renegades. Snap back to Perez. It's a handoff again. Makes a good move, but great second effort. Looked like he was stopped right at the line, but managed to make the second effort, burst past the line to gain. It will be a first down for the Renegades. We're going to have an injury timeout. There's an injury to a Roughnecks player, but great second effort. He had 3 guys tackling him, 3 defenders tackling him for the Roughnecks. Managed to break out of that and dive for the first down. Yes, if you're with us, let us know what your thoughts are on today's game. It gives you score predictions. We've got a 6-0 lead for the Renegades so far, and they have started very well. I mean, we've done a few Renegades games, live streams this season, and they've consistently struggled on offense in their games. Not been too bad on defense, but not scored enough points or maintained enough drives on offense to stay competitive in games. But a good start in this one. So we go 1st and 10. Snap back to Perez. It's a deep pass over the middle. A wide open receiver at the 15, and he's in for the touchdown for the Renegades. The Renegades take a 2-touchdown lead just into the second quarter. What a start for the Renegades. What a start. I don't think anyone saw this coming in this game.
I saw it coming. Yeah.
Did you? Yeah, did you? I hadn't seen your prediction for the Renegades winning.
No, I knew that touchdown was coming.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Adam. Yeah. Sorry, Eric from the future saw it coming.
I'm Adam from the future.
As Adam in the future. Yeah. There you go. They were too far away. I don't know what's up with it. But the Renegades are going to go for 2 extra points. Try and make this a 14-point game. Oh, some trickery. Fake handoff and up the middle. It is in for the 2-point conversion. Some nice trickery. Some misdirection in there. And it's run in for the touchdown. And the Renegades lead 14-0. Just into the second quarter of this game. And what a start. Roughnecks fan base at the game can't believe what's happening. It was a 60-yard touchdown pass from Luis Perez. Completely wide open. I don't know if it was busted coverage or what happened in the secondary for the Roughnecks. And it was Peyton again. Peyton, 2 touchdowns on the game. Not bad stats for him so far. 2 receptions, 73 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And the kick is up for the Renegades. Takes a bounce. Takes second bounce and returnable from the 16-yard line. Now it's returned before being pushed out of bounds right around the 35-yard line. And the Roughnecks realise that they're in a competitive game here. The neutral fan in this is exactly what we wanted. I feared a Roughnecks blowout in this one. But the Renegades are going to make a game of it. So former guardian, is that Peyton that's former guardian?
Yeah, he acquired.
Is that what he said?
On March the 3rd.
Oh, wow. I bet he's happy to switch teams then. Just as Adam is, of course, as well. It's 1st and 10. It's a handoff up the middle. Good delayed handoff. And a good burst from Borgie as well. Gains 12 yards on first down for the Roughnecks. We'll realise they need to get something going fairly quickly. Eric.
And be careful what you say.
I didn't say anything. I just went, 1st and 10. It's going to be a pass play over the middle. Well caught off the deflection. Gains 8 yards. So it's McDonald still in at quarterback for the Roughnecks. It was Brandon Silvers that started the game. It was good adjustment from the receiver Burnett to catch the ball off the tip. So it's 2nd and 1 now from the 39-yard line of the Renegades. Oh, and it was a fake handoff. It was an RPO, but missed the receiver, threw high and wide behind him. So it's 3rd and 1. It's a handoff. Yeah. He's a first down for the Roughnecks. Takes him down to the 34-yard line. So clock ticking around, 11 and a half minutes left in this first half. Snap back to McDonald. Oh, it seems like a bit of a mess up. And so McDonald takes off running himself up the middle. It looked like it was going to be a handoff, but a bit of a bobble. So he took off running himself up the middle. Nice gain 5 or 6 yards. Sets up a 2nd and 5. It's a handoff up the middle again. It's a first down. They're down to the 23-yard line of the Renegades now. So the Roughnecks trying to get back into this one. It's a quick pass out to the receiver. It's complete. Right around the first down marker. Looks like it's going to be a 2nd down and 1 for the Roughnecks. In scoring distance now. Down at the 14-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle. Works hard to get the first down. It's a 2-yard gain, but it is another first down. Down to the 12-yard line. Interesting decision by the Roughnecks in this one. They started off with Brandon Silvers, who was the starting quarterback for the Roughnecks this season. Obviously got injured partway through and McDonald stepped in. Brandon Silvers started this game on the first drive, which failed on a 4th down. McDonald has played the last 2 drives. The play clock is right down at 0. I don't know if they've got a timeout in there or the flag's in there. It is.
Henry said that McDonald's good. Right,
yeah. Hi, Ron. So it's a 5-yard penalty against the Roughnecks. Pushes them back to the 17-yard line. Snap back to McDonald. Moving around in the pocket.
Loads of time.
Fires to receiver. Did very well. McDonald under pressure in the pocket. Moves around. Scrambles out to his right. Finds the receiver on the sideline. That takes the ball down to the 5-yard line. It's going to be a 2nd and 4 from there. It's a handoff. No, it's a fake handoff. It's a keeper. Oh, he takes it all the way down to the 1-yard line. It's going to be a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line for the Roughnecks. McDonald looked like he was going to get into the end zone. It was an RPO. He kept it himself. And taken down right at the 1-yard line. Can the Roughnecks punch it in here? It's a handoff up the middle. And stands up the running back right at the 1-yard line. Doesn't get in. Sets up a 2nd and goal. Can the Roughnecks punch it in from here? Gained half a yard on that one. It's only inches to go. It's handoff up the middle. And he's into the end zone this time. It is a touchdown for the Roughnecks, sorry. It's Cox on the 1-yard touchdown run. And we'll see how many extra points the Roughnecks are going to go for. So back to a 1-score game at this point. Can the Roughnecks add to that 6 points off the touchdown? They're going for 2 extra points. Trips left formation out the shotgun. Snap back to McDonald. Fires over the middle. It is caught. What, did he break the plane? The official on the right-hand side gave it. It was close. One of those ones when he goes up and catches it right at the touchdown line as he's getting tackled. It's whether he had the ball in his hands when he broke the plane. They've given it for now, at least. And that makes the score Renegades 14, Roughnecks 8. And a really entertaining game, I say. Had fears of a blowout win for the Roughnecks in this game. But the Renegades are doing a good job so far. Obviously, conceded the touchdown that one, but I think the Roughnecks had to get that one. The Renegades have played very well on offense so far, which has been a bit of a problem for them this season. And up until that point, we're doing a good job on defense as well. Just let you know that we are also going to be live streaming the XFL North Division Championship matchup, which is tomorrow between the DC Defenders and the Seattle Sea Dragons. So make sure you come and join us for that one. Should be in for a cracking game in that one. Both teams in good form. And the Sea Dragons, to be fair to them, had they had a couple of things go their way earlier in the season, could have easily won that division. So should be an entertaining game. High-scoring affair, you would have thought, between those two teams as well. So make sure you come and join us for that one. It's 3 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. UK time. Match up tomorrow. Bit better time for the UK fans. Currently 1 o'clock in the morning over here. So it's ESPN tomorrow as well, Eric, if you're watching that one. So even though we're watching the XFL, let us know your thoughts on the NFL draft. Let us know how you thought the draft went. Any shock picks? How you think your team have drafted? Are you happy with how your team have drafted? Or unhappy with how your team's drafted? Let us know in the chat as well. Yes, Eric said, have you guys seen Keon White's reaction to being drafted? Yeah. Very Bill Belichick type reaction to being drafted. I mean, the excuses that people were making early after that was that the stream was behind him actually getting called out to being drafted. But obviously he had like the non-committal reaction. And they were saying that the stream was behind, which is why he hadn't had the call yet. But apparently he had the call by that point. He's just a very chill guy, apparently. So he doesn't really react to anything. So defensive end. He's an edge rusher. So the kick is up for the Roughnecks. Returnable. Oh, 1 minute, it bounces out. It went into the 20 and then bounced out of the 20. So I think that'll be a flag against the Roughnecks.
Roughnecks coach looks on his last legs. Pretty old, isn't he?
He's in the NFL for a long time, Wade Phillips.
They dug him up for XFL.
Kicking team. The ball did not remain beyond the 20-yard line. The ball will be spotted 15 yards from the kick. It's first and 10.
Wow.
Harsh, isn't it?
So a nice break for the Renegades again there. So illegal kick because the ball bounced inside the 20, but then bounced out of the 20. That sets up the Renegades in good starting field position on the next drive. So maybe like Billy just needs antihistamine. So it's 1st and 10. And it is a handoff. It's a loss on 1st down. Saying only the second game of this season, the Renegades have scored 14 points in the first half. That shows you their problems on offense. So 2nd and 12. Snap back to Perez. It's a handoff up the middle. Got a good block in. It's a 1st down. It's more than that. It's 15 yards before being knocked out of bounds. Takes the ball up to the 31-yard line. Got some good blocking up front. Patient running. Made a nice cut before heading up the left sideline. So 1st and 10 now for the Renegades at their own 31-yard line. Sorry, at the 31-yard line of the Roughnecks. Sorry, it's a catch that takes the ball inside the 15 now. And the Renegades, again, within scoring distance now. They're at the 14-yard line of the Roughnecks, 1st and 10. So 1st and 10. Just over 5 minutes left in this first half. Snap back to Perez. He's looking to pass. Fires towards the end zone to the right corner. As he brought it in for the touchdown. It looks like he has. It is a touchdown for the Renegades. What a throw from Perez. And gets his feet in, holds onto the ball under pressure, the receiver. And the Renegades again score the touchdown. What a start for the Renegades. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better first half. A dream first half. So the booth are going to take another look just to make sure that he did. Gets his feet in and hold on to the ball. And they give the touchdown. So it is 28. They're going for 2 extra points from the 5-yard line. Snap back. Some trickery. Double. It's going to be a... Oh, we've got flags. There's a double reverse from the Renegades. And the penalty was against the offense anyway. He got snuffed out. Penalty against the offense, so the try is no good. But the Renegades lead in this one, 28. Adam was hoping for a Renegades win so that the Seattle Sea Dragons could beat the Renegades next week, not next week, in 2 weeks' time, rather, in the championship game. Well, it's going that way so far. I don't think my prediction is going to be right. Well, my prediction, unless the safety happens, can't be right now. I went with a 27-22 victory for the Roughnecks. Yes, Dean Blandino getting good screen time so far. It's been a really good part of the XFL, though, it's got to be said. I mean, that look into the booth and the discussion between the booth and the referees and making sure that the call that is made is correct. It just seems too silly and too easy to not bring into the NFL. I think it wipes out so much of the rumours of the NFL being scripted and things like that. If you can hear that discussion happening and the reasoning, you might not agree with it, and you probably won't agree with it all the time as a fan of teams, but that element that it offers of you seeing their thought process and their reasoning as to why they did it, that's why you're going to also get better officiating as well, because they realize that they have to get it right. They can't be any dodgy calls or guessing in the calls, because they're going to be checked. So it's something that they need to bring into the NFL. So far in this game, the Renegades lead 28 with just under 5 minutes left in this first half of the South Division Championship game. In essence, the semi-finals, the final being played in 2 weeks' time in San Antonio, Saturday the 13th of May.
That's the final, is it? When's the Eurovision? Brilliant. Maybe we should live stream the Eurovision as well.
Kick is up. It's returnable from the 5-yard line for the Roughnecks. Makes a good couple of moves and eventually tackled down right around the 32-yard line. Bit of pushing and shoving as well. Where the Roughnecks will start. They'll be wanting to definitely score some points on this drive. Get this back down to a 1-score game before half-time. It's a handoff on first down. Good move from Borgie, spin move. It's a 13-yard gain on the ground. It takes them up to the 46-yard line. To talk about the USFL, I haven't watched any of the USFL this season. I say it's something potentially for next season. Just didn't want to take on too much so we wouldn't be able to do a proper job with this season, with it being our first season with the NFL and obviously doing the XFL as well. But definitely something we can look into next season if things keep progressing as they have been. Still McDonald in at quarterback for the Roughnecks. It's a handoff on 2nd and 8. Gains 2 yards on the ground, takes them up to midfield. It's going to bring up 3rd down though. Just under 3.5 minutes left in this first half now. So it's 3rd and 7 for the Roughnecks. Snap back to McDonald, fired deep down the left sideline. He has got a receiver broken free, but unable to connect down the left sideline. I think it was Burnett. That's going to set up a 4th and 7 and likely a punt for the Roughnecks. Is it worth chucking in a fake punt here?
Get a reaction ready.
Potentially. They don't go for the fake. They do punt it. returnable from the 11-yard line. It's muffed at the 11-yard line, but fortunately takes a kind bounce and dives on the ball at the 13. And that's where the Renegades will start from there. That could have been a nice break for the Roughnecks had that bounced into a Roughnecks player's arms. So in terms of the USFL, I'm going to say it's got more professional players, previous professional players. You have to name it. I say I haven't looked at the USFL at all, so you have to let us know, Adam, which former professional players has got in it. So there's some sort of miscommunication. The Renegades had 12 players on offense. Tried to get a timeout in there before the referees realised they had 12 players in the huddle. Didn't get it. So it's a 5-yard penalty. Going into this game, the Roughnecks 7.5-point favourites, but are currently 12 points down. So 1st and 15 for their own 8-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle. Makes a couple of tackles. And gains 5 or 6 yards on the ground. So Hussein, I haven't seen any of the USFL. I'm watching too much sports at the minute to commit to any other. What are you on with what are you on? Get my words out. What else are you on with at the minute, Eric? Other than the XFL at the minute, as well as obviously the NFL draft. I mean, it's a Make Football fan. You know, the worst months, obviously, definitely June and July. Not much happening in the NFL during those times. So Luis Perez tonight, 9 of 10 for 121 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Seems a pretty good trade from the Vipers to me. So 2nd and 9 from their own 14-yard line. Fake handoff, completed pass to Peyton. It's an 8-yard gain. It's going to set up a 3rd and 1. And that should take us down to the 2-minute warning as well. So, you've been watching Premier League boxing, NFL draft rugby. Who's your Premier League team? So we are at the 2-minute warning. Renegades are going to be a 3rd and 1 when we come back from there. And looking to add to their 12-point advantage already in this one. I say nobody will have seen this coming. Renegades struggled on offense and for points all season. Been pretty good on defense. The games have been close due to the defense and not being able to score enough points. But so far, their offense and their defense have been clicking at the same time. And if they can continue this into the second half, they could find themselves in that championship game, which we did a video earlier on in the season about is the XFL with making a joke about the NFL being scripted and is the XFL scripted. And we made a joke about the fact that The Rock was wearing an Arlington Renegades jersey in that first game. I made a joke about the fact is it scripted because the Renegades came back in that first game from nowhere. They didn't score an offensive touchdown in that first game against the Vipers and came back from 2 touchdowns down to win that game. Now, wouldn't it be funny if the Renegades found themselves in that championship game and the Rock is there sporting a Renegades jersey?
Conspiracy.
Yeah, we'll start that rumour.
Good clickbait. Picture him in that time.
So Liverpool not the best season for them. This has been a bit of a struggle, a bit of a downturn for Liverpool this season, unfortunately. So saying, Adam, is it Carolina Panthers? I think, Adam, you've got a couple of teams, haven't you? I think. I ask this every time. I keep forgetting. Interesting question about what do you reckon to, obviously, the Aaron Rodgers trade being finalised this week to the Jets. So the Patriots will have to face Aaron Rodgers twice a season with the Jets. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers can take the Jets to the Super Bowl this season? I personally don't think he can. The Jets are talented on offense and defense now. But I just don't see it. I don't believe that he can do what Tom Brady did with the Buccaneers. I don't think Aaron Rodgers can do that. And if things aren't going his way, I can see him spitting the dummy out. It's 3rd and 1. Handoff up the middle. Good hard run. He gains the first down as well. 5 yards up the middle. Sets up another first down for the Renegades. As Adam said, yeah, Vikings, Pats, Bills, but 4 teams. Edging your bets well there, Adam. So 1st and 10, spread formation. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass his deep pass down the right sideline. It's completed. It's Peyton again, having one hell of a game. It's Peyton already a couple of touchdown receptions in this game. And the Renegades are rolling and take the ball right down to the 45-yard line of the Roughnecks now. Snap back to Perez on 1st down. Fires, it's completed and tackled down at the 18. Perez has been on fire in this game for the Renegades. I think he's just got 1 incompletion so far. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. I mean, when we had a look at the start of the season, we were previewing the XFL, and we talked about Luis Perez, obviously being in the NFL, showing his caliber so far in this one. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass, fires over the middle, it's complete. 6-yard gain. Game clock continues to run. We're down to 50 seconds now left in the second quarter. So 2nd down for the Renegades. Seems to be happy to run the clock down. Trips right formation out the shotgun. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass, fires towards the end zone. Back shoulder pass. It's incomplete. It was caught by the receiver, but he was out of bounds. The Roughnecks defender wants an offensive pass interference for the push-off. It was a good catch, but clearly out of bounds. So 3rd and 4 coming up. As long as the Renegades score points on this drive, I think they'll be pretty happy. I mean, if they do manage to punch this in for a touchdown, they could go in. Probably going to go for a 2-point conversion as well. They could go in 20 points up into half-time. And that would leave everything to do for the Roughnecks in the second half. So we have got a timeout with 24 seconds left in the second quarter. There's a 3rd and 4 for the Renegades. Yes, it is shame on you as well. That is shameful. Third and 4. Can the Renegades add to their 12-point advantage so far? Need to hurry up. The play clock is ticking down. Snap back to Perez's quick pass to set up the screen. It is enough for the first time. It's a 5-yard gain. So that will stop the clock until the ball is spotted. 17 seconds left. I think the Renegades are going to spend the last time out now as well. That's a debate.
They do call it rugby football, don't they?
I know, that's the debate, isn't it? Because American football is more like rugby than it is football, but it's called football.
I thought rugby was called rugby football.
I've never heard it being called rugby football.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, no, then it's not.
I suppose if you call American football football, then rugby is just as much football. They kick it from a tee for conversions and for drop goals. So first and goal for the Renegades. 17 seconds left. They're on the 8-yard line. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass. Fires over the middle. Good defending. Battered away from the defender. On the post route, skinny post route. It's going to set up a second and goal. 13 seconds left now for the Renegades. Yeah, great defending. So 13 seconds. Can the Renegades punch it into the end zone? There's a flag. Looks like a false start. It is a 5-yard penalty against the Renegades. Just needs to not do anything silly, the Renegades here. And no, obviously the penalties hurt them. But if they at least score a field goal here and go in 15 points up, that's still massive. Still requires the Roughnecks to score their extra point conversions. Even if they were to score 2 touchdowns. Snap back to Perez. Looking to pass. Looks towards the right, towards the end zone. Doesn't get enough on it. It's away from the receiver. It's going to set up a third and goal now. 9 seconds left. And they are sending the kicking unit out there. They are going to go for the field goal. Don't want to risk anything bad happening and coming away without scoring some points on this drive. It's Taylor Russolino, 16 of 19 on the XFL season. This is a 31-yard field goal from the right hash. Snap back. Kick is up. And it's through for 3 points. That takes the lead to 23-8 with just 5 seconds left in the first half as well. So the Renegades lead 23-8 over the Roughnecks. Just 5 seconds left. You imagine the Roughnecks are not going to, unless they obviously kick return this for a touchdown. You imagine that's going to be what the score is going into half time. The Roughnecks do receive the ball to start the second half, and they're going to need to as well. They're going to need to score a touchdown on that drive, really, because all the momentum is with the Renegades. Had a close to perfect first half. Louis Perez and his passing has been on point. The running game has been good. The defense has played excellent as well for the Renegades. Everything's going their way. A lot of things can change. We've had some really good comebacks in the XFL so far this season. If anyone could pull it off, the Roughnecks can. Talented team. Kick is up. Oh, and it bounces in the end zone. That's a mistake. That's a mistake from the Renegades. Take the kick, it bounces into the end zone, which is going to be a penalty against the Renegades.
Well played by the.
And that means that they are going to be closer with 5 seconds left. They've still got one timeout. Can they at least either attempt a field goal or take a Hail Mary shot? There's no way they would be able to take a Hail Mary shot from their own 25-yard line. They're not going to do that, though. They are going to take a knee, so all that doesn't matter. And we are going to go into half-time with the Renegades leading 23-8. Half-time this game, the Roughnecks lead... the Renegades lead 23-8. I mean, I was expecting the Roughnecks to be leading at this point. They're not. So we're just going to, just at half-time, just take a short break in this one. But make sure you stick around because the second half, if it continues the way we're going, we should be in for a brilliant second half because the Roughnecks are going to have to pull off the comeback. They're 2 touchdowns down, 2 scores behind. And if the Renegades can keep this up, they could find themselves in that championship game. So we'll see you in just over 5 minutes' time. and we're back for the third quarter of the South Divisional matchup, South Divisional Championship matchup of the XFL between the Houston Roughnecks and the Arlington Renegades. The Renegades pull off the shock so far in this game, having scored 23 points in the first half to the Roughnecks 8. The Roughnecks are ready to receive the second half kickoff and need to get something going. The kick is up. It's returnable from the 6-yard line. Great tackle on special teams, and the Roughnecks will be started from their own 23-yard line. Really need to score points on this drive. Still McDonald in at quarterback for the Roughnecks. I don't know if there's an injury to Brandon Silvers or they just prefer McDonald at this point, but it was Brandon Silvers that started the game. It is a handoff on first down on the sweep. It's a first down and slightly more than 13 yards. Look motivated. Need a quick start, the Roughnecks. Need to take this ball down, score the touchdown. They'll feel much better about themselves after that. So 1st and 10. Snap back to McDonald, looking to pass this time. Thrown deep down the right sideline. It's a lofted pass. Dangerous pass. It could have been intercepted at the 35. Fortunately for the Roughnecks, falls incomplete. As Eric said, I'm so into sports, start watching the NBA during halftime. It's one sport. Well, it's not one sport. It's one of the couple of sports I can't get into, the NBA.
I'd rather watch basketball than baseball.
That's my second one that I'm not into. And second down, it's a handoff up the middle. Just set up a third down. A 3rd and 4 coming up for the Roughnecks. Really need to convert it. Trips right formation out the shotgun for McDonald. They're on their own 42-yard line. Snap back to him. Fires it in. And it's caught on the quick slant. Gains 10 yards through the air, but there is a flag. See if this one's coming back. Right, it's a pass interference against the offense. So that's going to push the Roughnecks further back. Too much of a pick play. You see that play all the time in the NFL, the pick play. But you can't be directly looking and targeting a player when you're the person making the pick. So 3rd and 14, snap back to McDonald. Looking to pass. It's a short pass to the running back. It hits his hands, falls incomplete though. And the Roughnecks have to punt. So after a positive start for the Roughnecks on that drive, and having converted the first down, the penalty has killed it. And the Renegades will be receiving the ball unless, of course, the Roughnecks decide to go for the fake punt touchdown attempt. But the punt is up. Returnable. It takes a bounce. And they let it bounce all the way down to the 30-yard line. And that's where the Renegades will start their next drive. Yes, going back to Eric and the NBA basketball, I can't really get into it. constant back and forth. Yes, interesting in the fourth quarter, but up until that point. And then, as Andy said as well about the baseball, that's another sport that can't get into. I like cricket, which is strange enough, but baseball, can't do it. So first down, it's a couple of spin moves. Hard work for just a 1 yard gain for the Renegades. So we need to get Andy a microphone. Yeah, I mean the original plan was to have both of us commenting and doing the videos and things. Circumstances didn't suit that at the time, but we'll see what we can do do in the future. So handoff, good move. Gains 7 yards. You can set up a 3rd and short. What are you slagging cricket off for? I like cricket.
I don't mind. 20.
2020, yeah.
But not 5 years.
Well, that's why they said it won't work in America.
Remember, I'm not drinking anymore.
Oh, it's almost an interception from Perez. Pumped fake the pass, looked towards the sideline and then nearly intercepted. Well read, but it's going to be a punt now for the Renegades. Good stand by the Roughnecks. The punt is up. Returnable from the 12-yard line. Breaks 2 tackles. Makes a spin move. And gets right up to around the 27-yard line. That's where the Roughnecks are going to start. Cheesy, but I like it. Yeah, so like cricket's more my thing, and we found out doesn't like cricket. But yeah, Yorkshire went through a bit of turmoil in more recent times. Some racism accusations and things like that, and now got relegated and things like that. So apart from having a couple of England stars in Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, got Dawid Milan as well. Not too much to sing about in terms of Yorkshire cricket at the minute. So 5-day test series now, that would just kill anyone with boredom. They rarely go 5 days because even the players now seem bored with trying to play 5 days. So they just start swinging now. I mean, you don't get the old style cricket of leave, forward defence. You don't get that with cricket now. They get bored. They get bored in and over. They play that much one day, 2020, IPL, 100 League, where it's like smashing the ball around. They get fed up now, so they don't really play for the time either. So you barely get 5 days, but obviously we've got the Ashes between England and Australia that's coming up this summer, so that should be entertaining. That's always entertaining between England and Australia. So the US must have a cricket team. Just they don't seem to ever make it through to the World Cups and things, but they must have one in the qualifiers and things. But
Do they?
they must do. They must do. Surely. Well, this is entertaining. That's this summer. It's all right when it's it'll be in England this year as well. So it's all right when it's in England because England have a chance. When England play in Australia, they usually get absolutely hammered. Usually they lose the Test Series 5-0 usually when they go to Australia. So when it's in England, it's usually competitive. Just hand off on first down to Borgit. Barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. There's a flag late. I think it's going to be for a personal foul. Silly penalty. Unnecessary roughness. I think he threw Borgit to the ground after the play was over. I think he held him up and then threw him to the ground afterwards. 15-yard penalty. What?
Yeah.
It was not worth a penalty at all. You could challenge a play. You could challenge a play, and a flag or anything in the XFL might be worth a challenge. That they're not going to though. 1st and 10. It's a handoff again to Borgie up the middle. Finds a gap. Gains 5 yards on the first down. Sets him up to the 47-yard line. We're talking about cricket still. Is that what it's at? Is that when it's county? I mean, the international games will fill it out, but county, I see your point. Snap back to McDonald. Deep pass over the middle. Oh, it's nearly intercepted at the 5-yard line. It hits the hands of the defender and falls incomplete. That's going to set up a 3rd and 6. So 3rd and 6. Trips right formation for McDonald out the shotgun. Snap back to him. Fired down the right sideline. It's out of reach of the receiver who wants a flag. He's not going to get it, though. And that's going to be 4th and 6 now. And likely a Roughnecks punt. Things just not going the Roughnecks way in this game. Head coach Wade Phillips, his hands on his hips. There's no way that's pass interference. Absolutely no way. Anyway, the punt is up. Returnable from the 21-yard line. The ball's out. And it's recovered by the Roughnecks at the 27-yard line of the Renegades. That is just what they needed.
Is he smiling or has he just farted?
Just what the Roughnecks needed. They're now in scoring range. What a mistake by the Renegades punt returner. Should have called for the fair catch, really. It was a high punt. He was going into a crowd. As soon as he caught it, he got punched out and recovered clearly by the Roughnecks. So it was the long snapper as well that recovered the ball. And is that going to open the door for this Roughnecks comeback? And it is. Brandon Silver's back in at quarterback now. Nice fake reverse. And it was McDonald. So they had McDonald and Brandon Silvers on at the same time there.
Fooled the cameraman.
Yeah, and they fooled me as well. I didn't see that McDonald was on the field at the same time there. He took the handoff from the running back, McDonald, faked the throw, and then ran for the first down. Silvers now comes off to the sideline. First and 10, it's a handoff to Borgie up the middle. It's a 7 or 8 yard gain, takes them down to the 6 yard line, and the Roughnecks are knocking on the door. If there's ever going to be a momentum changer in this game, it could be that fumble off the punt return. If the Roughnecks come back and win this game, that is the point this game changed. It's a handoff on second down. Not really going anywhere, just gets back to the line of scrimmage. We'll have to do that at some point. One of the live streams. We'll have to record Ness like sat here to start with.
Yeah. Well, instead of you.
Yeah.
Try and get backwards baseball.
Yeah. It's 3rd and 2. Trips left formation from the 7 yard line. But he's going down on the sack, McDonald. It's going to be a 5 yard loss. It's going to bring up 4th down. They're going to have to kick a field goal, perhaps. They're not going to kick a field goal. They're going to go for it. No, they changed their mind again. They are going to take the field goal attempt. 32-yard field goal attempt from the left hash mark. Oh, it curves in. When he first kicked it looked like it was going to go wide right, but it curled back in.
That was like one of Louis Perez's bowling.
Takes us to 23-11 now. The Renegades still have that 2-score advantage, 12-point advantage in this game. Yeah, so as Andy said, Ness, the basis of our logo is lives with Andy. So, but we'll try and involve Ness throughout next season as well. Obviously, aptly named Ness Gronkowski. So let's know, obviously we're currently a 23-11 scoreline to the Renegades. At this point in the game, do we see the Renegades pulling off the shock win, or can you see the Roughnecks getting it back together and pulling off the comeback win? Hard to call. I mean, myself, the way that the game's going at the minute, I can't see the Roughnecks coming back and winning it. I think the Renegades are going to win from here. Louis Perez has played very well at quarterback, not made mistakes. They've run the ball well. The defense is playing well, like it has pretty much all season for the Renegades. I'm not sure whether there's an issue with Brandon Silvers with throwing the ball, and that's why he's not playing, and they're sticking with McDonald. But the Roughnecks need to turn it around and turn it around quickly. But we should be in for a fantastic end to this game with whichever team, like obviously the Roughnecks, trying to pull off the comeback win towards the end. I'm pretty sure that one of these games could come right down to the wire. Could one of these games even go to overtime as well? The overtime rules of the penalty shootout rules. Obviously, tomorrow we've got the DC Defenders and Seattle Sea Dragons. Make sure you join us for that. 3 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. UK time as well. Just crazy. The Houston Roughnecks, who got off to such a strong start this season, could end up falling at this point. And the Renegades, who have had a very up and down season, finishing 4 and 6, could be in the final.
Fixed.
The Roughnecks kick it into the end zone, so the Renegades will start with the ball in decent starting field position. You know, we said that it was a masterful decision, whoever brought in Luis Perez.
They traded him for a lawnmower.
Averaging 14.6 points in the season, scored 23 tonight. I think one more touchdown for the Renegades. I think this game's over. Snap back to Perez. Fires out to the running back. It hits his hands and falls incomplete.
That's embarrassing.
So looking with Eric thinks that the Renegades are going to see it out. Adam is willing the Renegades to see it out as well. We'll see if that does happen. Eric says you need to speak up because you can't hear you. That's what I need to do. Or just hook up a microphone for me and then you can just speak into it.
Still sit on stuff.
Yeah.
There's one next to him.
Yeah, we need to sort that out. Second 10, it's quick pass and a really good game for the Renegades all the way down to the 40-yard line. 20-yard completion. Just under 5 minutes left in this third quarter. And the Renegades almost into field goal range already.
No, I meant the karaoke.
All right. It's a handoff again. Oof, big hit. Handoff up the middle, but immediately met at the line. And a big hit from Brewer, the defensive tackle of the Roughnecks. So that sets up a second down. 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line off the Roughnecks. Snap back to Perez. It's going to be a pass play. Fires deep down left sideline. He's got a receiver over there. And the ball comes out. I think concentrating that much on trying to bring the ball in and get his at least 1 foot in as he was going down, the ball popped out of his hands. That sets up a 3rd and 10. It's going to be a false start against the Renegades. Going to put them back to the 45-yard line. That would have been a tough one to call that, because he got a foot in and then did the defender knock it out once he were going down, and that would make it a completion. You can't knock the ball out of someone's hands as they're going down out of bounds. Here you go, 3rd and 15. Trips left formation out the shotgun for Perez. Snap back to him. It's going to be a pass play. He's got a receiver. He's caught for the first down. Down to the 30-yard line. There is a flag, though. It's illegal contact against the Roughnecks. It will be a first down for the Renegades at the 30-yard line. So they're into field goal range. Under 3 minutes left in the third quarter now as well. So now back to Perez. It's going to be a pass play. Pump fakes, looks deep towards the end. So he's got a receiver broken free, but it's over his head. I fully believe if the Renegades score a touchdown on this drive, I think this game is over. I can't see the Roughnecks coming back. It's going to set up 2nd and 10. 2 minutes left in this third quarter. I threw it just too quick, didn't he, Perez? If you just waited half a second. Snap back to Perez. It's a handoff, a delayed handoff up the middle. Good running, gains 5 yards on the ground. It's going to set up a 3rd and 5 from the 25-yard line. Cheers, Eric. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow. We should be in for a brilliant matchup tomorrow with the DC Defenders and Sea Dragons. Should be very, very entertaining. So hopefully you can join us for that. But thank you very much for coming and joining us as always. Appreciate your support. So now back to Perez. Scrambles out to his left. There is a flag. I think it's holding. Steps out of bounds at the 23-yard line. I think it's going to come back anyway because of the holding. It's a holding penalty against the Arlington Renegades defensive lineman, Beavers. So it's set up a 3rd and 15 now. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass. Sets off scrambling, but he's brought down on the sack, and he's going to take them out of field goal range. There's no way. They're going to make a field goal attempt from the 41 now. What a mistake by the Renegades. And that could be the momentum change that the Roughnecks need as well. What an error. Just don't take sack there. Russolino's had a 56-yard field goal this season. They started that play on the 35-yard line, being a 52-yarder from there. So it's the punter kicks the ball up. It's returnable from the 15, brought down at the 17. And that's the end of the third quarter as well. So we're going to the fourth quarter. Renegades lead 23-11, and the Roughnecks need to score on this next drive. At least a field goal, really, to get it back to a one-score game. But with how this game's gone so far, it's hard to see how the Renegades don't come away victorious in this. And through to that final in 2 weeks' time, San Antonio, the 13th of May. Make sure you join us for that game. 8 p.m. Eastern Time in 2 weeks' time on Saturday, 13th of May. A late one for us, 1 a.m. in the UK. Did you see what Tom Gross's big announcement was?
No, what?
In June, he's visiting every NFL stadium, 30 and 30. He's doing a live thing from each stadium, 30 days in a row, each
32,
NFL stadium. Yeah, but the Jets and Giants play the same, and so do the Chargers and Rams.
All right.
30 and 30.
That's a lot of miles.
And he's doing it for charity. His aim is to raise over 100,000 for this charity that he's doing it for.
Brilliant.
But
well done, man.
that's what his announcement thing was. That must, like, in terms of, like, I don't know if he's driving, flying. I don't know how he's. It's all planning. Like, he's got the plan of like which stadiums he's going to, where, and stuff, and you can go and like meet him and what have you. But the cost of like that travel must be astronomical.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Increase testosterone and not perform to boost nitric oxide production. And in the gym and in the bedroom, get the Walmart. Try ageless male max.
Quality. Is that on play today?
No, play Thursday night, and then we're playing. What day is it? Saturday. Playing on Monday, 1 o'clock. We need 1 point out of the last 2 games, and we're safe.
Jesus, we're watching his iPad though. Jesus. That's insane, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's what. There's some really good aspects of the XFL for fans. 1st and 10, fired out on first down, gains 4 yards through the air for the Roughnecks. Snap back to McDonald. It's complete for the first down to Burnett. It's an 8-yard gain. If the Roughnecks can go down and score a touchdown on this drive, we're in for one hell of a finish in this game.
You do schoolwork.
A bit. Snap back to McDonald. Fired into receiver, but it hits his hands, goes through his hands, falls incomplete.
What's the second chance for?
It's 2nd and 10. Snap back to McDonald, looking to pass. Fired in short to his receiver, but hit immediately. It's a 2-yard loss. It's going to bring up 3rd down. And the Roughnecks just not being able to get any momentum going on offense in this game. So 3rd and 11. Snap back to McDonald. Scrambles out to his left, sets off running. It's a 1st down. Lowers his shoulder. Shares a few choice words with the defender as well. But it is a 1st down. It sort of feels like that now. It's an all or nothing quarter for the NFL now, for the Roughnecks. Snap back to McDonald. He's looking to pass. Fires it into receiver. It hits his hands up. Burnett's hands, who's usually pretty sure-handed. Falls incomplete. Okay, set up 2nd and 10. Snap back to McDonald. Start scrambling around. Taken down right at the line of scrimmage. Going to set up 3rd and 10. Just really struggled for any sort of momentum in this game, the Roughnecks on offense. And that's why the Renegades have played such a perfect game in this one. Scored the points when they needed to and played good defense, which they have for a lot of the season. Got to give credit to them for that. We've got a timeout called by the Renegades here.
So if you were cut from the NFL roster, you still got a chance in the NFL.
11-13 here in the fourth quarter. You saw Coach A look at his unit. Coach J is in garage.
Don't pull that face on camera. So I just type hi, Rob.
So we've got 3rd and 10 coming up for the Roughnecks. A massive 3rd down. Just over 11 minutes left in this game, and they have to score at least a field goal on this drive to get this to a 1-score game. Now, we've seen some good comebacks from teams, but it's like roles reversed in this game so far. The Roughnecks have been the team that have struggled on offense for consistency. It's usually the Renegades. Snap back to McDonald. Fired in. Hits the hands of the receiver. He wants a flag. He's not going to get one. It's incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 10, and the Roughnecks are going to have to punt again. Oh, it's good defending. Great defending. Diving, getting his arm in there to deflect the ball. I say it has been completely roles reversed. Usually Renegades struggle for consistency on offense and moving the ball, scoring points, but it's been the Roughnecks today. The punt is up, returnable from the 12-yard line. It's fair caught at the 12-yard line. That's where the Renegades will start from, and the Roughnecks need something that's going to change this momentum now. They need a turnover, or they need a very quick stop to get the ball back in good starting field position.
Oh, have Sea Dragons played DC?
So Adam said, have the Sea Dragons played DC? Yeah, they were both in the same division, Sea Dragons and DC Defenders. So, of course, the DC Defenders beat them both times as well. But they were close. They beat them earlier on in the season by a fumble from DiNucci, of course, on the 2-yard line. And then later in the season, they beat them 37-36, I think it was. So just by 1 point. So it should be a great game. Should be a great game. The matchup tomorrow between the DC Defenders and Sea Dragons. If Ben DiNucci does not throw an interception tomorrow, I think the Sea Dragons pull off the win. He's just got that mistake in him. But if he's able to protect the ball, not make those mistakes, I think the Sea Dragons win. Why are they doing that? Why is Perez on the sideline? On first down, Perez, for some reasons, on the sideline. They've put in another quarterback. They hand the ball off. It's a 2-yard loss. There's still 10 minutes left in this game. This game is not over yet, so why is Perez on the sideline? I don't know. And the quarterback takes off on second down, gains 5 yards up the middle. I think they are bringing Perez on for the third down. They are. What a weird thing to do.
It's a weird risk to take when they were that close as well.
Snap back to Perez. Fired in. It's complete for the first down. An 8-yard completion. That's going to burn some more time off this clock. Time is going to become the Houston Roughnecks' enemy in this fourth quarter. First and 10, it's a handoff up the middle. Gain of 5 yards. Like I said, for 2nd and 5, clock ticking around 8 minutes left in this game. The Arlington Renegades still lead 23-11. Snap back to Perez, looking to pass. High pass is caught, though.
Good catch.
Makes a couple of moves. And it's Payton. It's that guy Payton again. What a game he's had. It's another first down for the Renegades and more opportunities to burn clock. It's 1st and 10. It's a handoff up the middle. Good hard running. Looks like he's gained 6 or 7 yards on first down. Hard to see how the Roughnecks come back from here. Need the ball back as quick as possible. Look baffled. Quite a lot of the Roughneck fans sat in there. Second and 4 from the 49-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle again. Looks to be about a yard short of the first down. Sets for 3rd and 1. 6.5 minutes left. It's a handoff up the middle. Predictable play. That's the problem. When you get to a 3rd and 1, so many teams try to run the play straight up the middle, a handoff straight up the middle, but teams are ready for that. They stack the middle, blitz a linebacker straight up to make the tackle, and that's exactly what happened here for 2 or 3 yard loss. Sometimes you have to be a bit more creative at 3rd and 1. So it's 4th and 4. The punt is up from the Renegades. Fair caught at the 21-yard line. And that's where the Roughnecks will take over from. Let's be back in 1 second. So really, it's a last chance saloon for the Roughnecks here. They need to score a touchdown this drive, really. Obviously, with the XFL, you get the opportunity. If you score a touchdown, you can go for it on 4th and 15 to retain possession, which does give you a much stronger possibility of getting that than a normal onside kick as you're used to in the XFL. But they've got to go and score a touchdown this drive first of all. So are we up for the day going back to bed? Yeah, definitely going to bed. By the time this game finishes, it should be about 3 o'clock-ish in the morning over here. So definitely going to bed at that point. That's why tomorrow's game is more favourable with a 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UK time over here. I mean, the XFL final on the 13th of May, which we're doing, is at 8 p.m. Eastern, which means it's a 1 a.m. kickoff time over here. So it's a late one, but we will do it.
Like the draft.
So, just like the draft, as Andy said. So,
Hopefully it won't last 4 hours.
No. Hopefully, Adam, make sure you join us for that. It's a pass on first down. It's an interception. An interception for the Renegades. McDonald looked for the deep pass down the right sideline. Didn't get with the receiver. It's intercepted right around the 34-yard line of the Renegades. And that could be the game over. Really struggled, the Roughnecks, on offense today. So 1st and 10, 5 minutes, 16 seconds left on the clock in this game. They're in run formation. It is a handoff up the middle. Immediately stopped. It's a 1-yard loss. Just need a couple of first downs, really. And that'll end the game for the Renegades and find themselves in that championship game on the 13th of May. I say make sure you join us tomorrow to find out who the winner of this game will be facing in that championship game. We will be doing that live stream tomorrow between the DC Defenders and the Seattle Sea Dragons, which on paper looked a much, much better matchup than this one. But we've been treated tonight by the fact that the Renegades have been so competitive and deserve the win. If they do pull off the win here, they fully deserve it. Louis Perez, 18 of 26 for 255 yards and 3 touchdowns. No interceptions. That guy's had a good time, at least.
I reckon that's wrong. I like the Spurs against that.
So 2nd and 10. It is another handoff on the sweep. Good running, gain 7 yards. Sets up a 3rd and 3. And the Roughnecks need a stop on this one. Do they fully commit on the run? Or are they going to try it and be conservative, stop the pass? But they have to go all out on something now. They need the ball back. So 3rd and 3. Empty backfield for Perez. Snap back to him. Sets off running. He's got wide open space and slides down. Gets hit late as well. Is there going to be a flag? It's not. It doesn't matter for the Renegades. I mean, they've got a first down anyway into Roughnecks territory.
You shouldn't run with it. Don't get hit.
Perez got hit late. He did slide, but then got hit. Just over 3.5 minutes left. And the Renegades still lead 23-11, still hold the ball. They're into Roughnecks territory. And this would be a miracle comeback if the Roughnecks can come back from this. That's interesting. I didn't think they'd actually comment on something like, well, if you had challenged, they would have given it. So Dean Blandino said that if the head coach of the Arlington Renegades would have challenged that play, they would have got the 15-yard penalty. They haven't challenged. Start back to Perez. It's a handoff up the middle. Immediately stopped. I think might have gained half a yard.
I think if Dean sees it, Dean should buzz the ref and say, no.
That's the right thing to do. It takes 2 seconds, doesn't it, to get in someone's ear and say, that was late. Throw a flag.
Yeah.
That was late. Throw a flag.
Just a booth flag.
15 yards, yeah.
A booth flag.
Yeah. So hand off again for a 1 yard gain. I think the Roughnecks have taken a timeout. It's their first time out of the half. Got a 3rd and 8 upcoming. That's the funny thing about this. The XFL is if the Roughnecks stop the Renegades from scoring here, get the ball back, score a touchdown within the time, go for it on 4th and 15, convert it, and they've got a chance to score again. This game isn't over yet. Definitely not. I mean, if the Renegades score a touchdown on this drive, it pretty much is. But if the Roughnecks can get a stop on this 3rd and 8, there's still time left. So spread formation out the shotgun for Perez. Snap back to him. Fires deep down the right sideline. He's caught. He's caught at the 7-yard line. What a catch. I think that could be the game over now. What a great throw and catch by the receiver down the right sideline. And the Renegades look like they're going to book their ticket into that championship game on the 13th of May to face either the DC defender. What a catch. One-handed with his right hand, leans out, pulls it in, gets 2 feet in. And the Renegades are 2 minutes away from going to the championship game, having finished the season 4-6 with a losing record. Could find themselves in the championship game with a chance to win the championship. Have played close to the perfect game in this one. Should be 1st and goal for the Renegades when we come back from the 2-minute warning. And if they score the touchdown, that'll make it 29-11. If they didn't convert the extra points, that would be an 18-point scoreline, which would still, crazily enough, only be a 2-score game. If the Roughnecks were able to score a touchdown, 3-point conversion, convert the 4th and 15, score a touchdown, convert the 3-point conversion, they'd be tied. What a finish that would be. But you have to take your hats off to the Renegades today. Played a close to perfect game on offense and defense. Set the tone early with that first drive of the game. Scored the touchdown, 14-yard touchdown pass from Perez to Payton. Played excellent defense. Not sure on the Roughnecks' decision to play McDonald. I don't know if there's an injury to Brandon Silvers or they just prefer McDonald at this point. But Brandon Silvers started the game for the Roughnecks. But then McDonald's been in since then. But it's been complete role reversal. If you'd have said that the score's been 23-11, one of the teams has played very good offense, a good solid defense. The other team has struggled on offense. You'd say, well, the Roughnecks are the team that scored 23 points, Renegades 11. But it hasn't. It's been completely the other way around, and the Renegades deserve what they've got so far. And what a way it would finish this XFL season if the Renegades were to win this game, go to the championship game, and then knock off either the DC Defenders or the Seattle Sea Dragons in that final to win the championship of the XFL, the first proper championship of the XFL, having finished 4-6 with a losing record on the season. Seems like a masterful move to pull off the trade for Luis Perez, that's for sure. So we're back from the 2-minute warning. It's first and goal for the Renegades from the 8-yard line. Run formation. Hand off up the middle. Barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Going to set up a second and goal, and sure the Roughnecks are going to be calling a timeout. The Rock's not there, is he? It's just Danny Garcia, isn't it? So you reckon Rock will be at tomorrow's game?
I don't know. The thing is, if he's filming somewhere, there's not what he can do, is there? Right? He'll be there at final. I can't imagine.
I don't know what he's doing at the minute.
No, I don't know what he's doing.
So second and goal. 1 minute, 54 seconds left in this game. The Renegades needs a miracle from here. It's another run formation, heavy formation. Takes the ball down to the 3-yard line. The Roughnecks call their second timeout. With 1 minute and 49 seconds left. Can the Arlington Renegades get into the end zone here and pretty much seal victory over the Houston Roughnecks and pull off the shock victory? It's third and goal from the 3-yard line. Run heavy formation again for the Renegades. Are they going to play it safe? Or are they going to risk a pass? They're going to run it up the middle. It is going to get stopped. You would imagine it gets all the way down to the 1-yard line. It's going to be fourth and goal for the 1-yard line. What do you do if you're the Renegades here? Do you risk it? And if you don't get it, the the Roughnecks have still got to go 99 yards the other way. Or do you keep the field goal to make it a 15-point game? Looks like they are going to go for it. They've timed out with 1 minute and 7 seconds left. If it's me, I'm going for it here on fourth down. Because
15 with the fourth and thing isn't that big a thing, is it?
No, so I think you go for it here. I think you go for it. Because if you kick a field goal, make it a 15-point game, you're giving the ball back to the Roughnecks with a chance to go down the field. Yeah, they're going to have to do it very, very quickly. But then if they convert the fourth and 15 and go again. Here, but if you don't go for it, but you've only got a 15-point, it's still the same. We've got a 15-point advantage, or if you've got a 12-point advantage like now, It's still pretty much the same. They are going to kick the field goal, though. It is through from 19 yards. It makes it 26-11.
I wouldn't be surprised now if the Roughnecks get a touchdown. They might not necessarily do it all, but it's just the way the XFL has been. Do you know what I mean?
It was me for when you're 1 yard out, 12 points up in the XFL, I'd have gone for it. Because even if you don't get it, the Roughnecks have got to go 99 yards just to score a touchdown with no timeouts left, then convert a 4th and 15 just to get into field goal range again. Very unlikely. Now you've given the Roughnecks an opportunity, especially if you kick off and kick it into the end zone or whatever, or do something silly. The Roughnecks could get the ball in decent field position, score a touchdown in 30 seconds, get the ball back on 4th and 15, convert that. Remember, the clock does stop every first down within the 2-minute warning. It plays into the Roughnecks' hands. But they did kick the field goal. The kick is up. It's returnable from the 12-yard line from Borgie. Gets tackled down right around the 34-yard line. I mean, it's a massive thing that the Roughnecks are going to have to pull off here. It will still be pretty much a miracle if the Roughnecks pull this off. From 15 points down with 59 seconds left and no timeouts. That'll be a good game tomorrow. Wait, on paper anyway. Here we go, empty back formation. McDonald moves out to his left, but is sacked and loses 3 yards. Roughnecks need to hurry up. The clock is ticking. So now back to McDonald, fired out quick. Push backwards, but does stop the clock. With 3rd down, 32 seconds left. It's 3rd and 9. We've wasted 27 seconds off this clock. Snap back to McDonald's. Fired over the middle. It's behind the receiver. Incomplete. 4th and 11 coming up. And this could be the last play of the game. For the Roughnecks anyway. Snap back to McDonald. Moves out to his left. Fires deep down the left. Oh, what a catch.
Good catch.
Oh, what a catch from Burnett. Went up Odell Beckham-like, one-handed to pull it in. What a catch that is. 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Despite the ball, there's only 17 seconds left. The time is going to run out on the Roughnecks here. Burnett's had to come off to the sideline. He's hurt something. It looks like his shoulder. But what a catch from Burnett. That was a great catch.
Just to get his arm to do it.
Empty backfield for McDonald. Looking end zone. Nobody there, though. 11 seconds left. It's impossible. Impossible for the Roughnecks to come back from this now. I just don't get it. It's showing Bandon Silva's on the sideline, the quarterback. Yeah. Unless something going on that I don't know about. I'm not sure why he's not playing. Looking end zone again. Falls incomplete, sets up a 4th and 10 with 5 seconds left. This next play is going to take 5 seconds. That will be the game. Very interested. Like we picked out Luis Perez early in the season as one of the players to watch in the XFL. Obviously, he was with the Las Vegas Vipers at that point. Makes the move across to the Renegades. Is going to find himself in the championship game. McDonald launched it towards the end zone, over the top of everybody. That is the clock to zeros. That's the end of the game. And the Arlington Renegades have pulled off the improbable shock and beaten the Houston Roughnecks 26-11 at the Houston Roughnecks as well. What a performance by the Renegades on offense and defense. Fully deserved the win and find themselves in that championship game on the 13th of May. 8 p.m. Eastern Time kickoff on the 13th of May, and where they'll face either the DC Defenders or the Seattle Sea Dragons. We will be covering that game live in the championship game. And of course, covering tomorrow's game, the DC Defenders against the Seattle Sea Dragons, which will also be a fascinating matchup. Hard to pick a winner between those two. Even though the DC Defenders have beaten the Seattle Sea Dragons twice, they both have been very close. 1-score games. So it should be a high-scoring, close matchup tomorrow as well. And we'll see who's going to play the Arlington Renegades in the final. Before we close off, make sure you, please, if you are with us, please hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, so you know when we release any videos to do with the XFL or NFL. Anytime we go live for our live streams, I say we're going to be doing live stream tomorrow for the DC Defenders and Arlington DC Defenders and Seattle Sea Dragons. Also in 2 weeks' time for the Arlington Renegades against one of the two North teams. Make sure you've hit that subscribe button so you don't miss that. Just want to say a big thank you to Adam and to Eric, of course, who have joined us tonight and been in the chat throughout. Makes my life much easier doing the live stream as well. So thank you very much for your support, as always. Really, really appreciate it. Hopefully you guys can join us tomorrow for that game as well. So we'll leave you with the fact that the Arlington Renegades, the 4-6 Arlington Renegades, have pulled off the shock win over the 7-3 Roughnecks to advance to that championship game on the 13th of May. We'll find out who they will face tomorrow between the DC Defenders and Seattle Sea Dragons. Hopefully you can join us for that one, and we'll see you tomorrow.